Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday Sprints. I'm not going to lie, it actually feels very weird to be here today because I feel like I just saw you all because I did on Sunday. I was hosting sprints and I just realized I was like, oh my gosh, I'm hosting them again very quickly around the same time. And so I had to like get myself back in it because I'm so used to just being like, oh, it's been a week. I'm ready to see you all again. But I'm here. And as you may have noticed, not only on screen, but because of my thumbnail, I'm going to be reading The Sun Bear Child. And it's so funny because I did see Kirsty's comments earlier. I see Sun Bear Child. Yes. I'm really excited about this. Just so you all know, this is my first experience with Aiden Thomas. I know that Thomas is known for Cemetery Boys. I would argue that that's the most well-known title, maybe just because that's the title that I was introduced to Thomas for, but I'm really excited to try them because I've never had like any experience with them before. This is yet again a book for my Meet the Booktuber vlog, and so you're all just helping me throughout every Tuesday this month. You've all just been helping me get the vlog done, and I do have the audio. So if people have thoughts on the audio, let me know because I, at the beginning, will probably physically read as I'm listening just to get the lay of the land. But I also have some cleaning to do in the apartment, so I might have to, rely on audio a little bit. My goal is to get halfway tonight. I don't know if I'm tonight. It's 12 p.m. I think I could do it, but that means, I don't know. It is YA, but that means I'd have to get to maybe like page 200. That seems like a lot to ask, but I've got the audio, so we'll see how it goes. Also, Beatrice is here. Hello. I'm doing well. I've had a very relaxed morning. I've actually already finished a book. I might as well tell you guys how I did. So I ended up finishing The Manor House. This is a thriller, and I'm doing it for a really fun blog project where I'm a mystery reader, but I'm gonna try and figure out if I can become a thriller reader. So I've been reading thrillers periodically throughout the month, and I just finished that one. So I do need to update the vlog. So I'll probably do that in the first sprint as well. And it's been an experience. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Trying to dangle the carrot. Beatrice is doing a bit better since Sunday. Yeah, Beatrice was having a bit of a sad day, which honestly we all have, so it totally makes sense. Did end up soft DNFing Happy Place. Just so everyone knows, I didn't like Happy Place. Beatrice wasn't having a bad time with Happy Place. It just didn't seem like the right book for the right time, especially with how Beatrice was feeling. I will come back to it, but not at the moment. That makes sense. I am currently reading A Tempest of Tea. That's right, you were thinking about switching to that. But I also have to go take some pictures for my Instagram, just waiting for the light. And I also have to do something else that I can't remember. Oh, I know. It's just like, we always have to like figure out and like write down to-do lists to remember everything we have to do. And I also understand the struggle of waiting for the light. I could open my blinds. I'm just kind of like in this muted tone, I don't know, background today. I could give you all a little bit light so you could see me better, but for now it is what it is. And then an announcement came out. Oh my gosh, so exciting. We're all gonna have to go check out Beatrice's channel for the announcement. And I'm pretty sure it's the announcement to do with Laura and Donna. I see Laura in the comments already. Hello, Josh. Hope you are well. I'm tutoring my part-time job at 6 p.m. Ooh, okay, so like in about an hour, I think. I'm trying to remember what time zone you're in. But for now, I will be reading more of 0K. Oh, sounds great. I hope that you're still liking it because it's one of those things where when you're with a book for a long time, hopefully you're enjoying your time with it. Hello, Laura. See, I already knew. Laura was here. Glenda's here too. How are you, Glenda? Hope you've been well. I'm listening to the Sunbear Trials on Libby. Oh my gosh, we are like unintentionally buddy reading this. Okay, sounds good. I've listened to the prologue, I'll say, and that's the only thing I've got. So I really still, it's early days for me. Also, hello, Renee. Renee very kindly let us know that today is actually World Book Day. So happy World Book Day to everyone. We thought it was later in the week, but today's the day. So honestly, this is the perfect way to celebrate it with some sprints and some reading. Hello to Neil. Hope you're well. Also, good morning, Taylor, on chapter 3 of Funny Story by Emily Henry. Oh my gosh, Emily Henry is always like the talk of the town, I feel like, on my sprints. And plan on reading as much as I can before school will pick up this afternoon. Happy reading, everyone. Yes, happy reading, everyone. I hope you're enjoying Funny Story. I think Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading, I think she gave it 5 stars. Like I've actually heard good things about Funny Story. I don't think I've seen anyone dislike it. So anyways, it sounds like you've got a good book on your hands, especially trying to get through it before pickup. That's always the case. On lunch and reading The Fractured Dark, sequel to The Blighted Stars. To Neil, that's so funny that you're reading that, because also Danny from Danny Dabbles, she picked it up. She ended up having to pause for now. She soft DNF'd it, maybe because she just wasn't into it and she had other reads she wanted to get to. So you let me know if it's as good as book 1 for you. Hello, Brittany. Oh, perfect. I always love when Brittany comments, not only because she's my friend and I love seeing that she's supporting me, but also because on Tuesdays, for those who don't know, we do a bit of a train stop situation where my sprints, when it ends, immediately redirects you. You shouldn't have to really do anything beyond maybe saying okay, depending on what device you're on, and you go right to her channel and you keep sprinting. So it's been like a really lovely process to just have that be a staple every Tuesday. Hello, Happily Ever Books. How are you? I am going to be trying to get more uni work done today. You can do it. We are here to support you. We'll keep you on track. If you want me to be the person that wags the finger to be like, are you getting that uni work done? I'll be it. I'll put that hat on just for you. Making dinner sounds good, Renee. I need to think about lunch, to be honest, over here. I'm reading 9 Liars. Also, hello, Sylvan. How are you? 9 Liars. Ooh, that one's like a recent pub as well, like in the last year or two. And I always mix them up. Is it Holly Jackson or is it the other one? I can't, like, there's 2. I think it's YA. That's why I'm mixing them up. 9 Liars. Wait, is that Maureen Johnson? You're gonna have to let me know. I also could definitely Google it, but apparently I've decided not to do that. Heard good things about Sunbear. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be interesting. And I just finished City of Brass, so I think a YA fantasy will be a good palate cleanser for that. Like entering fantasy again, but through the YA lens might work out for me. Hello, Greta. Greta, oh my gosh, you're on your like regular personal account today. Afternoon from the UK. I'm finishing up Done and Dusted in the next couple of minutes. Haven't decided what to read next. Ooh, but what are you thinking of Done and Dusted? Like, are you enjoying it? You're doing it for Smutella, I think, which is hosted by Read with Dr. B. I'm assuming, because a lot of people are reading that for it. Hello, Kirsty. I saw your comment earlier. I finally managed to pick up Flawless yesterday, and I'm 112 pages in already. Oh my gosh, you are speeding through it. I also need to finish this Poison Heart tonight. Oh, okay, so maybe put Flawless down, switch to this Poison Heart just to get it done. I've got Flawless here. For those of you who don't know, if you haven't been on my sprints recently or at all, we're doing a Chestnut Springs along that's hosted by Claire from Claire's Creative Corner, and I'm on page 176. And I had to actually tell myself to not keep going because I'm trying to pace myself so that everything remains fresh. And I'm going to probably pick it up again on Thursday during Brittany's sprints because she's doing Flawless read along sprints on Thursday. Hello, James. I'm streaming on Shauna's channel currently. Oh my gosh. But I'm reading Not That Kind of Ever After by Lucy Adams. Oh my gosh. Well, have fun streaming over with Shauna. That sounds great. If you want, I don't know, James, if you're a mod, but if someone wants to provide Shauna's channel, then we could kind of allow for some sprint hopping, support other channels, because I know that per usual, Courtney's also sprinting from Tangible Reads. And so we're all just trying to spread the love. Hello, Mona. I'm at 80% done the first book in the Bridgerton series. Oh my gosh. So I'm actually not surprised. I feel as though that series probably goes by so quickly. So I hope you're liking it, but you're going to finish today for sure. Trying to decide between The Grace Year and Shark Heart. The Grace Year, that one is YA, isn't it? I've heard that you have to be prepared for, is it a bit of maybe cannibalism? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I feel like there's something like you've got to mentally prepare for that. It's a bit gory. Shark Heart, is that the one where a character's like just slowly turning into a shark? I mean, both of those sound really fun to me. I don't think you can go wrong. Cemetery Boys was Aiden's debut, and is the most popular, well-known. They also wrote Lost in the Never Woods, which, fun fact, was originally meant to be their debut, but their agent convinced them to swap. Don't you always wonder about those things? Like you start to think, what if there was the switch? Would their career be the way it is now? How would it have been changed? Yeah, that's actually is a fun fact. Hello, Tina. Oh my gosh, Tina, I feel like we've been ships passing in the night. I don't see you very often, probably because we're all very busy. Reading Inheritance by Nora Roberts and The Secret Book. And Scone Society by Ellery Adams. I've been meaning to try Ellery Adams. That's a really good series to start with, I've been told. But I also have her. Will I be able to grab it in time? Yes. I haven't been able to do this in quite some time because I'm kind of in this corner. I'm not really near many of my books, but I have Murder in the Mystery Suite by Ellery Adams. I actually I am, I guess, like friends with her. We mutually follow each other on Instagram, and I won one of her giveaways, and she sent me the first 8 books in that series that I'm holding, and I still haven't tried it. So maybe I should. Maybe that's a sign, Tina. Let me know what you think of that. That's a different series, but let me know what you think of it. I'll be reading How to End a Love Story by Yulin Kwong. You've been working on that for a little while, Glenda. I hope you're still finding it interesting. I'm a bit of an Aiden Thomas fan. Honestly, I love it. Please continue to let me know your thoughts because, or at least like some little facts, because that can be really fun to let me know. Because I've already really wanted to read this book, and I'm kind of glad that I'm starting with this one because this is the one that's gravitated towards me the most. Even though, like I said, Cemetery Boys has been on my radar for a bit. I ended up going out for a while yesterday and treated myself to lunch and some food. I feel much better today and have had a good enough mood to clean and tidy parts of the house. Isn't that always so nice? And I know it's always a bother to like tidy up and clean for a lot of us, but once it's done, you feel good. What do they say? Messy bed, messy head. And I think that kind of tracks for just living situations in general. Hello, Sadia, reading The Glass. I don't know this, but I really like the title. So let me know what genre that is. I'm also reading really close to finishing my puzzle and need to edit a video, vlog, same thing. I just apparently am throwing words in for everyone's comments today. Ooh, I haven't done a puzzle in a little while. I kind of got crazy and I did 2 puzzles in a row. I'm one of those people who my mind fixates on it. And so all of a sudden, that's the only thing I want to do. I want to finish the puzzle I'm doing. And then I just rely on audiobooks as I'm going through. But today, I can't. I will not start a puzzle, even though Tina's tempting me. I also wish you luck editing a vlog. Those can be really fun to edit because they're all just kind of chaotic. It's just, oh my gosh, it's a lot of work. Hello, Noah. How are you? Today I'm reading an Italian thriller. I hope to finish. I have around 30 pages left. What is the Italian thriller? I'm assuming you're reading it in Italian because you are from Italy, but I would be interested to know, especially if one day it gets translated. I wish that we put more effort into translating books because I would like to access them, and unfortunately, I don't speak Italian. Yes, that's the announcement. That's what I thought. Hello, Bethany. My kids are feeling better. My husband and I are now feeling sick. Isn't that always how it is? You're like, okay, good. We've got half the house settled, and then of course you catch what they had, and you're like, well, okay, at least we know what we've got. We know how to fix it. But I'm sorry that you guys aren't feeling well. That's not fun. I am taking the day off work, as you should, and resting while my dad watches the kids who are better but not well enough for school. And it's smart not to like push them to go to school too soon because also like relapse is such a thing. Like if they overexert themselves, so that's smart. And also I'm glad that you have your dad to like watch them while you focus on yourself. I need to reread Sunbearer Trials before the sequel is out. Like I didn't realize. I guess I knew this was quite new, but I didn't realize it was new enough where the sequel hadn't come out yet. Oh my gosh, maybe Joe is doing me a solid in recommending this book because I don't have to wait very long for the sequel to come out. That's good to know. Hello, Jess. Still chugging through Thistlefoot. You can do it. I believe in you. I know that it's kind of been a bit slow for you, but I hope that you're like finding little pieces that you're liking to help you get through it. Hello, Cherie. Listening to Creep by Jennifer Hillier and getting some work done. I guess I'll work. Yeah. I guess I'll get some work done. Also, I feel like a lot of us are in like a thriller mood today. Like I said, I'm starting Sunbearer Trials, but I just finished a thriller this morning. We've got Noah, we've got Cherie, we have like a handful of other people who've kind of talked about thriller or creepy books. So interesting. Also, friends, yes, we're all here. Yahoo! This is a good day. I think this is going to be a good Tuesday. Hello, Susan. How are you? I am 67% into pet. Oh, that is on my list. I really want to try that book. Love it, and expecting to complete it in the sprint and start another book for my magical readathon TBR. Sounds great. Also, I hope you've been well. I'm sure life's gotten really busy, and we have been doing our best to all have our schedules aligned, but it's really nice to see you. It has been a while. Thank you. Need to write just over 1,000 words. Okay, everyone in the comments, we're going to hold happily ever books to this. 1,000 words. Okay, I'm going to put that to memory. I'm going to check in with you when we get back from the first sprint. Hello, Steph. I have about an hour before work, unfortunately. I know we always see you just before you go work. I appreciate you checking in with me before you leave every time, but I hope you have a nice, calm work day, and I'm sure we typically see you over at Brittany's Sprints later this evening. Hello, Nikki. Nikki, I'm going to have to check in with you about City of Brass because I finished it. And I'm sure you finished it because you were reading it in, like, I don't know, probably a better, more consistent schedule than I was. So I'm going to have to message you about it. Also, hello. I read The Fractured Dark straight after The Bladed Stars and gave it 5 stars too. It's a lot though. So understanding to come back to it. Yeah, I think Danny wasn't prepared for it. It seemed like it was maybe a tone change. And I think she might have said that the romance took a little bit more of the forefront this time. I don't want to put words in her mouth though. I think that that's what she was saying, and she just wasn't in the mood for that, and so she decided to switch reads for the time being. I almost forgot I had a vlog go up today. Oh my gosh, congratulations, Sadia. We're gonna have to go support you. That sounds great. Yeah, honestly, vlogs I think are the most work for me, so that's why I try to support people who vlog, because I don't know, I think those are a lot harder. I'm on page 115, and it picked up where the other left off. There is a change in setting, but it seems like an organic change for me. Okay, this is about the Fractured Dark, the second book in the, is it Devoured Worlds series? I think that's what the official title is of the series. The first book is The Bladed Stars. Reading Blood Marked for the first sprint, then switching to The Bladed Stars. Yes, I saw this on your thumbnail, and I was like, oh, Brittany's going to be reading The Bladed Stars in her sprints today. Okay, sounds good. Going to be reading Blood Marked first, which you're doing with Anna. I always say Anna, but I mean Anna. Anna from the Liminal season. The only struggle I'm having with it is that it's right on the edge for me. Oh, emotion-wise. I struggle with heavy things, and this series has an overhanging feeling of dread. It's supposed to, though. I didn't realize that. As you all can tell, I still haven't read The Bladed Stars. We've been talking about this ever since we've all decided to read it. I still haven't even started it, but oh gosh. Also, I love these comments. I love it when everyone just says hello to all. And of course, Coda does all the work and says hello to everyone. Thanks so much for that. Shauna Sprints. Oh my gosh, Coda, also thank you for this. So yeah, so for those of you who might not know who Shauna is, like maybe check it out. It's always a good thing to get like a new person to sprint with. Also, Courtney's. Oh, good. I'm going to have to go say hello to both of them. I said hello to Courtney earlier this morning because she always starts before me, but I haven't gone over to Shauna's. I'm not a mod, but we're on our last sprint. Okay. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Well, say hello to everyone over on your last sprint for me. Also, Donna, I mentioned you earlier because Beatrice was saying that all of your announcements have come out. So this is Donna. We also have Laura from Book Hermit, and then we've got Beatrice's Book Nook. Those three are apparently hosting something that's going on. I'm very excited for it. Anyways, let me pause and read your comment. Coming in to love the like button. I need to get some reading done, but we'll be hopping off to have some social time out. Yeah, honestly, that is probably good for you too. You're like, oh, I should read, but I also need to like balance my isolation of reading with being social. So honestly, that sounds like a good choice for you. Whoops, I completely forgot. No, I didn't mean to call you out about that, Greta. That's really funny. I just was like, oh, I'm not seeing Greta's booktube name right now. I'm not doing Smatella, unfortunately. I'm reading Done and Dusted for Aurelium. Oh, well, like honestly, you're kind of double dipping unintentionally. So that sounds good to me. Hello, Chrissy. Also, Chrissy, I feel like I haven't seen you in a little while. We've all been busy. Reading a new release called The Letter to the Luminous Deep by Sylvia Cathrall, a cozy fantasy compared to Emily Wilde. I'm starring that. I've started because I really enjoyed Emily Wilde, the 2 books I've read. And also, some of you might be interested. In the next month, I've been assigned for a secret project, Legends and Lattes. So we're going to see if the whole cozy fantasy thing remains in my wheelhouse. And maybe Emily Wilde was a fluke, maybe it wasn't, but we're gonna see. Also, Christina, hello! Drinking coffee as you should. I always imagine you just always having a cup of coffee with you, planning my day and hugging the like button. Oh, thanks so much. Yes! There are so many exclamation points and capital letters in this whole thing. I'm just going to show it for a second. Look at all of these. I love it. Oh my gosh, we're all just we're vibing today. We're having like a lot of energy. I love it. Yes, I haven't been able to watch your sprints. Oh my gosh, no, totally understand. You're also hosting your own sprints too. So people who are wondering, Tina also hosts sprints. The secret book in the secret book in Scone Society is so amazing. It's a really beautiful and fun dynamic cozy mystery. I've heard that it's a lot more dynamic and complex. Ellery Adams has kind of gone on to social media a lot of times saying cozy mysteries can be complicated. They can be, dynamic and really fun. And yes, they can also just be as cozy can be and not be super crazy, but like you can kind of deal with hard topics. So that doesn't surprise me that you're saying that about this. Also, I'm reading some climate fiction, Landmarks by Marianne Lessard. Ooh, I love a climate crisis, climate fiction, anything like that in my book. So, okay, I started that one. I hope you like it. Hello, Brooklyn. Oh my gosh, I was asleep for like I was gonna say, I was like, this is way too early for you. I was asleep for like 4 hours and randomly woke up and now can't get back to sleep. Might read a bit of Flawless. Yes, I'm worried though that won't help you fall asleep. Like that might get you really excited and you'll have a really fun time with it. But I fully support that. Let us know where you're at as well, because I think I mentioned I'm almost at the 200 page mark. But I'm sorry that you are not able to fall asleep. That is not fun. I just bought and for those who are wondering, Brooklyn is an Australian booktuber. So that's why I'm like, you should not be awake right now. I just bought all the Chestnut Springs special edition copies so I can join in. Oh my gosh, I love those covers so much. Now, are those the ones with the mirrors, like the frames, or is it the one with the people on the cover? Because I feel like both of those seem very special edition-y, maybe just because they're kind of out of print. 3 of them were on Amazon, but 2 of them I had to like scour the internet for, I'm sure. And I hope that you got them for like a reasonable price. Hello, welcome Fiction Addictions. How are you? What are you up to today? Oh, I think what is this? Hello, I guess my last message decided to post as a blank. I saw the hello, but maybe if you had another one, we might have missed it. Let us know what you're reading or what you're going to be up to today. The main characters are older women who have had really complicated and traumatizing lives, coming together and healing and learning to trust again. This is what I'm saying. I'm like, Ellery Adams is making the cozy genre kind of expand a little bit, stretch itself, like stretch its skin. And I'm here for it. That's why I really want to try her. With me, it's the opposite. I am messy, don't like tidying. If it is too clean, I don't like it. Yeah, that's true. You're kind of starting to feel if something's too sterile. You're like, does someone actually live here? You need that balance to show that people actually, yeah. Do the puzzle, Christina. And the thing is I'm so hardcore where I have like a puzzle table where I'd like take it out and I've got like little slots where you can like put in the pieces and everything. Like I'm a hardcore puzzler. I love it. And that's why I'm like, I need to pace myself because I go crazy. Hello, Zaga. How are you liking your book, Leandra? I will be reading Zodiac Academy. Ooh, and Fourth Wing. Yeah. So I've just started it, Tigris. And I've only gotten to the prologue, so I can't really say anything. Once we get to the first sprint, I'll probably be able to tell you my thoughts. Also, question: I just attempted to say the first title, Zga, and I don't know if I'm saying that right. If you would prefer just me calling you Tigris, I usually have always called you Tigris. I don't know why I switched things up today, but let me know. Also, you're reading 2 very big books. Isn't Zodiac Academy like huge as well as Fourth Wing? You're just juggling the chunkiest reads ever, and I respect that. You inspire me. Hello, Brecht. How are you? Catching up on X on the Beach. Ooh, Double Dutch All Stars. Oh my gosh, X on the Beach. I have seen that. I haven't seen the Dutch version of it though. You might have to let me know how you watch it because that could be really entertaining for me. And that could be a great way for me to practice my Dutch again because I've realized that I've really slowed down on like actually keeping it as high of a level as it used to be. And I'm sure it's not as high as it was, but it's fine. Oh, the Italian thriller is by Romano DeMarco. First time for me reading it. My favorite Italian thriller author is Donato Carisi. Let me see. His books are translated in English too. Okay, I'm gonna start that then so I can look him up. Cool. I love translations. They're so fun. Hello, Michelle. On my lunch break and joining for a bit. I just finished two heavy books, so now I'm listening to The Cheat Sheet by Sarah Adams and loving it. That sounds like the perfect switch up. I remember I listened to The Cheat Sheet myself. That was, fun fact, that was my first, I would say that was my first ever like romance that I ever read. And it was my first ever audiobook because I was really hesitant about audiobooks back when I was trying them. And I thought, well, what if I try it with a romance? Like it's not a genre or a book that I really, really am so dedicated to that I want to read physically. Cause I was worried that audiobooks would almost feel wasteful if I chose a book that I really wanted to read. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand how amazing audiobooks were. And I had a really good time with that one. I thought it was really cute. So yes, I'm glad you're loving it. It's due back to Libby tomorrow night, and I have to finish. I'll be so mad at myself if I have to wait for it again. Oh my gosh, seriously, especially if you like when when you check Libby and you can see that there's like a number of people waiting, and you're just thinking, I am not going to see this book again for so long. So I wish you luck. You can do it. So with Aiden Thomas, they were persuaded to swap debuts because they wrote Cemetery Boys after the other one, but their agent was like, "This is your story. Oh, this is you," and the publisher agreed. Well, that's really nice. It sounds like they weren't doing it as like a money grab. They were actually really being supportive of Aiden Thomas as an author and like setting them up for like a proper career that actually resembled who they were. That's actually I like that. That's a really good fact. And dance practice. Ooh, and then to start Divine Rivals. Well, I hope you have fun with dance practice. That sounds really fun. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. You need to read Pets. You will love it. It's so easy to read, but still so interesting. I can't leave my seat. Also, it's distracting me in the chatty bits. Oh my gosh. And you're like, I want to talk, but also I want to continue reading this book. I've genuinely only heard good things about Pets. So that's good to know that you confirm the rumors that I've been hearing. I genuinely believe Lost in the Neverwoods, while still good, wouldn't have had the same impact as Cemetery Boys. I think it was a great call by the agent and publisher. Yeah, and sometimes I think it's almost like I've heard this a lot about writers that your first manuscript or your first book is almost a test run, being like, okay, I can finish a book. I can finish a long form piece of, literature, of art, and then your next one is a bit easier and resembles you as a writer. Like the other one was kind of like a draft on its own. Not that it shouldn't be published, but yeah, interesting. All of these mornings. I almost missed Dee Dee. Hello, Dee Dee. How are you? Good morning. It doesn't say last sprint. Oh, honestly, it could have been a mistake, or like sometimes I forget to say last sprint. I've gotten better about it. Last time on Sunday, I forgot to do my goodbye little music video thing, and I just like was waving like an idiot, like I used to, and I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't miss this. So we've all been there. I also forgot to set the timer. I think was it on Sunday or last Tuesday? I forgot to. So oh my gosh, we do our best here. Also, thank you for bringing up the announcement videos. We are also excited. I'm excited too. It's going to be really fun. Waves to all my friends. Sib's book club announcement. That's good to know. I'm going to start that too because I didn't know that there was a book club announcement for that. Kelsey, hello, Kelsey. How are you? You'll be very excited to know that I'm trying to enter a thriller era, and we'll see how it goes. There have been highs and lows. A video is coming. I just have to read enough. I have to read enough thrillers to actually warrant posting about it. So. Hello, Megan. How are you? So glad to be sprinting. I'm reading The Nightmare Man. Ooh, is that horror or is it also thriller? Because that is, I am not gonna lie, I'm intrigued. I'm actually very intrigued by that one. Then we've got Christy. Hello, Christy. 17 pages left and the only one left. This book is a doozy for twists. If you need to mute me, please do, because I'll probably be going into a sprint in the next minute or so, just because we're about to hit our 30-minute mark for talking. But oh my gosh, you're so close to the end. And is that a Riley Sager? I think it's Riley Sager, but I always mix him up with Grady Hendrix as well. Donna, I have seen the announcement video on your book club page about the Sis Book Club. Ooh, I'm on page 128, and yes, I'm worried if I start, I won't be able to stop. Oh my gosh, Brooklyn, have you gotten to the hotel scenes yet? Nothing too spicy. Like nothing spicy has happened yet. I will tell you. I don't think that's a spoiler. But there has been some tension, which is really fun. The mirror ones. Okay. I those are really pretty. I really like those ones. I think I'm someone who doesn't really like people on the cover personally. So those ones I approve. Those are really nice. All right. So I'm going to star the next comment because we did just hit 30 minutes and then we can get ourselves into our first hour sprinting. So happily ever books. I'm going to be watching you. Make sure you get some uni work done. Also, we've got Christy who only has 15 pages left. A few of us are trying to finish our books or start ones. So this is going to be a productive sprint. I can already feel it in my bones. All right. I will see everybody in an hour. welcome back. I hope that that was a productive hour. I saw a few people commenting about how they did. We also, very quickly, I promise we'll get back to our normal schedule, but Jess has arrived and has requested potential help in deciding what to read. So, not gonna lie, my cat woke me up. I was gonna say, Jess, this has become a consistent thing. I love to see you, but I also know it's very, very early for you in New Zealand. So now I'm wide awake. You know what? You are also in good company because Brooklyn is also very tired and can't seem to fall asleep either in Australia. So torn between listening at the moment to Iron Flame, The Institute, or The Green Witch's Garden. I am imagining these three are very different vibes. Like Iron Flame is obviously romantasy, second book in the series, and then The Institute, that's got to be like a thriller or a mystery. I feel like I can imagine it in my mind. That one sounds really fun, but I've kind of been in the mood for that. However, I'm gonna let other people comment because I've never read Fourth Wing. I know it's on my list. Eventually, I'll do it. But also the Green Witch's Garden. That seems kind of cozy fantasy. I don't know. So basically, I'm putting this out there so that everyone else who's in the comments can provide Jess with some recommendations if they, are feeling that they want to influence her reading. So putting that out there. But for now, let me tell you how I did. So I ended up, I also am going to remove that comment. I ended up reading 45 pages. So my goal of getting to page 200 today is not that far-fetched, I'm realizing. And I've just gotten to the beginning. I've met Teo. I think I've met all of the major players. There's a lot of characters. And so he's a semidios. So I'm assuming that's like a demigod in Spanish. I'm liking the Spanish like elements to this, like linguistics of gods. We met the god of bad luck, Mala Suerte, and I was like, "Ooh, I like him. I would kind of like to be the god of bad luck. I feel like that'd be very funny and mischievous." And ooh, that's kind of cool. There's also like a map. So the Sunbearer Trials, it has not begun, but there has been a lot of hype discussion about it. I'm already liking the like gender affirming content in here as far as what Teo's gone through. There's been mentions of it being normalized for other characters too. This idea of when you come to a certain age, you get this, I think it's like gender affirmation ceremony or something like that. I'll have to like go back and look, but I'm intrigued so far. A lot of moving parts. It's definitely like modern language, but in this very fantastical world, which is very common in YA, I think, and not a bad thing. That's not a criticism. So, anyways, that's how I did. And I had lunch too. I had a salad. I put like chicken and blueberries, balsamic dressing, and I tend to do this. I have like granola that I use for like yogurt, but I'll put it on my salad too to give a little bit of a crunchy texture because I'm not a crouton girl. I know that's probably baffling to everyone. Very scandalous, but yeah, that's what I tend to do. Anyways, also don't forget to double check. Where's your water? Do you need caffeine at the moment? Get some coffee. Yeah, and especially if you need to go out for a walk after maybe sitting for an hour, you can listen to me in the background or just go off, and when you come back, we'll be ready to be, working again. Also, these are the comments that we left off with. Laura, Donna, and Beatrice's book club announcement video. That's right. I know. I went right into reading, but I do need to catch up on BookTube, especially to watch these announcements. I found an indie store in Oregon that had them for like $20. This is about the Chestnut Springs like special editions. $20 each. That's actually not bad, especially for like what you're seeing a lot of people selling them for. People were selling them on Pago for hundreds. I'm like, that is insane. Maybe don't start reading it. You won't get any sleep. I know, because Brooklyn's trying to read Flawless, and I don't think that it's a book that, at least depending, like for now, I think she'd be okay. But I have a feeling that where I'm at in the next couple chapters, things are going to be happening. And that's probably not the right time to start reading it when you're trying to sleep. Puzzle Table. Yes. I got it as a Christmas gift one time, and it's one of my pride possessions. Sorry, sleep is eluding you. I know. Oh, gosh. Curtsy's dungeon mistress, the DM. I've never done Dungeons and Dragons before. I've always wanted to. I feel like it'd be really fun to be the dungeon master, but I also, oh my gosh, this is too funny. Bow's head, DD. I love that exchange so much. It's on MTV. Oh, okay. X on the Beach, Dutch edition. I'll have to look into that. You can just call me Tigress. It's pronounced Siska. The Zodiac Academy book I'm reading is just the first one, around 450 pages. Fourth Wing is reading pretty quickly for me. I was going to say, that's a chunky book, but I'm pretty sure it's super action-y, so that makes sense. Good morning, Jamie. I'm sorry I missed your comment as we were leaving, but I'm glad you're here. I'm almost done with Zodiac Academy 1, around 200 pages into Fourth Wing. German edition is 763 pages. And I feel like that's definitely just like the linguistic nature of the German language. I've noticed that a lot, that translations either into German or outside of German, you can see a drastic change, because I think that the phonetics and just the syntax is very much wordier in German. It's actually really interesting. Same for Dutch, actually. Cemetery Boys is one of my favorite books of all time. I still haven't read other books by them, though. I really look forward to reading their other books out. Well, I'm going to let you know. I mean, we already have a lot of praise in the comments from Kirsty and others, but I'm intrigued. And I knew that this would be a bit of a breath of fresh air from the adult fantasy, because it's just a bit more palatable. I think that's why when I do read fantasy, I lean YA. So basically, I won't be surprised if I end up enjoying this. Yes, but there is 3 videos. I watched them this morning. I was just wondering which one you posted. Yes. Yes, it is Riley Sager, probably one of my first favorites of his. And that's really intriguing. So I've tried Riley Sager once before. It was Home Before Dark, and I really loved the tension, the atmosphere. The ending was really disappointing for me. And that's why I think I haven't really read another Riley Sager. But if this one's one of your favorites, and I think if I'm going to try an author again, I tend to lean towards their newest book. So that tracks. Focusing on NetGalley today, currently reading Finisterre by Fritz Peters. Ooh, you know what? You're just reminding me that I also need to work on. I need to work on my NetGalley. I've been really neglecting it this year, and I haven't meant to. Hello, Claire. I saw this comment come in. Finished work and heading home. This is the person that I was talking about, who's like the main host of the Chestnut Springs Along. Myself and Brittany Loves Reading, we are like, very grateful to be co-hosts, but this creation is all thanks to Claire. I totally agree with Cemetery Boys, as the debut is better. I really like Lost in the Never Woods, but as it's a retelling of Peter Pan, something of their own feels like a better choice. Yeah, and not that I expect authors to really be pigeonholed, but starting off with a fairy tale retelling, or like any type of folklore, retelling, reimagining, it can set the tone for what people expect of you. So that's actually a really good point. I didn't realize that was a Peter Pan retelling. Also, I'm clearly so far behind, because so many people in the comments have read something by Aidan Thomas. So I'm glad that I'm finally fixing that situation. Also, Vanessa just missed the chatty bit by 15 seconds. Oh no. It happens to the best of us. The number of times I come in and I see that the clock is at like 56 minutes or something, and I'm like, I just missed them talking. It's fine. Gonna go back and watch the chatty bit. Sounds good. And I know that Vanessa, because I was telling Vanessa that we talked about Smatella a little bit, because people were reading like Done and Dusted, and I know that was one recommendation for it. But ooh, Vanessa's reading a secret book. I love that. That's so exciting. I wonder what it is. Looking forward to that video. This is about my thrillers vlog. I was out of my thriller era for a while. I think that a lot of our friend group kind of stopped getting into thrillers. Like Rainey was the same way. I think Rainey's still not really back into the thriller era just yet. But lately I've been reading more and loving them. It's the genre that got me into reading, so I'm glad to be enjoying them. I think that's actually a really common sentiment. Thrillers, I think, is a very accessible genre. I have some critiques about it, but I can see how that would get people into reading who might not have really been into reading, and then they just expand from there. Laura, Shark Heart is beautiful. I choose that one for you to read. Okay. I didn't realize beautiful. that wasn't an adjective that I've ever heard with that book, so that intrigues me. The cover is beautiful. Done and Dusted was one of the options, yes. And this was my response to Kelsey. I clicked on it before I realized it was me. We're going to keep going. Hello, Alicia, just joining, getting lunch, and hopefully reading more of, that's right, The American Roommate Experiment by Elena Armas. And I'm pretty sure we were saying that you should actually read The Spanish Love Deception first, because The American Roommate Experiment is like technically the sequel. Like it's different stuff, but one obviously came before the other. Currently 189 out of 383. Oh, so you have about 200 pages to 200 pages math. Yes, 200 pages to go. So you're like halfway. Oh my gosh. I'm sure things are really revving up now. I'm feeling better, not 100% yet, but better about 80%, I would say. Okay, you know what? We're on the mend. That's good. I'm glad. I know we were kind of having like this weekend and the past week as well, just like us not feeling well, maybe because we're entering spring. Like finally, at least in my area, it feels like spring. So I think we all just got sick. Bethany is down for the count after her kids were sick. So it's going around. And Laura has confirmed, just started Shark Heart. Ooh, let us know what you think. Yes, yay, indeed. And then let me see here. There were so many hellos, which honestly, I love how much we've all like gotten to know each other, and we all know each other so well that we want to say hi and everything. It's really sweet. Also, can't wait for your book to come out. That's right, because I think I skipped this really lovely hello from JK. And yes, how is that going? What's going on with your book, with your manuscript? Because I'm also intrigued by this. I hope it's going well. Revisions and everything else in between, because that is such a, oh my gosh, that is such a huge thing to try to go. I want to one day maybe try to write a book, but not today. I'm reading How to End. Yes, that's right. So updating JK. Reminder for those who might want to weigh in for what Jess may or may not read. Welcoming the chat and myself to help choose. I can't tell you what to read. I'm not sure what you're in the mood for, and those three are very different books. But yeah, no, I won't. I'll refrain. I've written 886 words today. Oh my gosh! And wasn't your goal like 1,000 so far? So, or just maybe 1,000 more in general. Aiming to write another 500 in the next sprint. You're doing great. I don't even need to keep track of you. I'm like, you're taking care of yourself. I forgot I'm on a blog tour and my review is due on the 27th. So I've been making progress on that instead. It's called Takeout Sushi by Christopher Green, and it's a series of one shots about life. Interesting. Yeah, it's always tough because it's really fun to sign up for blog tours or like Instagram like book tours, but you have got to keep track of those, and that is something I'm not very good at. Good morning, Jojo. How are you? Yes, so you're not alone, but you seem to have woken up maybe at a more normal time. We've got Jess and Brooklyn in the comments too, and they're having a difficult time staying asleep. How are you liking sun bears? Well, hello, Ro. I am saying it's early days. I'm only 45 minutes in, but I am enjoying the setup of the world. I like that there's like a bunch of gods and like demigods, and they're all just kind of like getting used to each other. And I'm really liking the like Spanish influence, like Spanish language, I should say. And it seems as though the culture is leaning almost like indigenous to Central and South America, is reminding me, just like with the use of certain like let's see, like Quetzal and Quetzalon, like that is making me think of like Aztec almost, or a few other kind of indigenous like cultures. So I'm intrigued. I'm excited to learn more once it kind of gets settled in. Hello, Laura. Oh my gosh, how are you? I think you were saying that you're off this week, or you've been taking some days off, which is really good for you. I'm glad. But I can't remember. I think I saw like an Instagram mentioning it. And I'm really bad about responding on Instagram. So I think you were talking with Brittany about it, not really with me. Today I'm reading The Dagger and the Forbidden Heir. Ooh, juggling two reads. That sounds great. Read 41 pages, James. Oh my gosh. Had dinner and started watching the Sibs Book Club announcement. Woohoo, that sounds great. Just finished the Italian thriller. Now it's time to prepare dinner for me. Congratulations. I hope you loved it. And now it's time to nourish your body, which is also lovely. Got to 47% of blood marked. Oh, you're almost halfway. I'll finish my chapter, then switch books to The Blighted Star. Oh, so then at least you'll have a little bit of an inkling before you enter your own sprints in a few hours. So it's not like you're starting the book fresh. Got to page 120 of Shark Heart. It is fantastic so far. Laura, have you started Shark Heart? Please tell me that. If not, did you read 120 pages in an hour? Because I'm actually gobsmacked. I do not understand how that works. I did take my pictures, chatted a bit in the book club Discord, and I was now watching some YouTube videos. I also read until page 50. Oh my gosh, all the productivity. Did so good. I'm back after a long absence. I'm reading a cozy fantasy called The Quill and the Vial. Vial. Ooh, The Quill and the Vial. That sounds really nice. You're in good company. We've talked a little bit about cozy fantasies recently, so I hope you like it. It was a lunch sprint for me, honestly. Yeah, that's how it was for me too. Fortunately, I was able to listen to the audio as I was eating, so I did get some productivity done as far as reading goes. Of the three options, I would vote The Institute, which I really enjoyed. Okay, so we have a vote for The Institute. Romantasy. I was yes. Hello, Rachel. Yeah, I'm having a good day so far. We did call to you as soon as I mentioned Romantasy. Rachel arrives because Rachel is a Romantasy writer, by the way, a novelist in our midst. I've been reading Binding 13 today, got to 59%, and it's getting so intense. These characters are young, but they are sure dealing with some very mature situations, and I can't put it down. That is the only thing I know about Binding 13 is that you have to be prepared because they do go through a lot. And yeah, it's an adult content book, but it's following young adult characters. So that's very interesting. Beatrice is welcoming Rachel to the chat. I've read 2 of the stories. One was a little sad and had a couple of messages. Oh, because it was short stories, is what that is. The Christopher Green book that you're reading. Let me see here. Had a couple of messages about not staying with a person who doesn't share your values. Well, that seems an important theme. And the other followed a guy whose wife is away, and he has a series of unfortunate events involving his stupid choice to do the ironing while naked with disastrous results. Oh no. Certain images have come into my head. I can imagine the mishaps that occurred to him. Oh boy. At least it's got like some humor in it too. This seems like maybe a good collection where we're getting a balance of like really thoughtful messages, but also just a bit of shenanigans. I got to 62% of Ace of Spades. This is also on my list, DD. I was thinking about reading that in the last month, but I couldn't get access to like the ebook or anything in like a timely fashion, and so I just kind of scrapped the idea. But good to know. Semidios, yeah, means demigod. I think it's just like in Portuguese. That's so funny. I honestly, I knew that Dios was God, and I was like, semidios is probably demigod. So there are some elements, but what's really nice is having the audio with it. I'm hearing the pronunciations, especially with certain like character names. There's one, her name is Bria, Brilla, and I took Spanish in middle school and high school, so I would have known that it's Bria, but like hearing the narrator do it, we, are less likely to throw in our English like vernacular on it. So yeah, and I'm not surprised that with Portuguese, those are very related languages linguistically. Did nothing. Was just sitting on my back porch. Oh my gosh, no, you were doing something. You were enjoying the day. That sounds lovely. I read 70 pages, Sovereign. Oh my gosh. I'm one of those who read the last page when I'm like halfway through the book because I'm so curious. Oh my gosh, sacrilege. And something at the last page is almost making me, oh no, I guess that, okay, this might be an instant where it's maybe a good that you were spoiled a bit. I'm wondering what this thing is. That is crazy. I remember I knew someone who I think I'm wondering if I heard this of someone in the comments, but someone whose parent consistently reads the last chapter of a book, and then that lets her know if she wants to read it. She does it every single time. And I'm like, that is crazy. Like, that sounds unhinged. But I kind of understand because I won't get into it, but there's a book I read recently that I need to know. Anyways, we're not going to get into it, but I understand how certain circumstances, especially with series, you might not want to continue unless you like know other events that are going on. I am very curious about this book, Leandra. I might get it. I think, yeah, you would have, especially with your background in being Portuguese, in the Portuguese language, that could be really interesting for you to kind of compare and see what's going on with it. And it's fantasy. It's up your alley, actually. I finished a couple chapters in Finisterre, a NetGalley arc of a classic LGBTQ coming of age novel coming out in a new edition. Oh, so this isn't like new, it's just getting like a rebranding of like a new edition. Also, washed through my new weekly wrap up video, which is now up. Yay, I love that. Sounds like that means you double checked, everything looked good to you, and not a crouton person. Yeah, they're just so crunchy and kind of like, I feel like they mess up my teeth a little bit. Like I can feel my gums like being like, why are you doing this to us? I completed Pet and I am so shocked. I wish I could rate it like 1,000 stars. One of the best books of all time for me. I will start something else after a small break. I am shocked to my core. Suzanne, what? What? Okay. This is very interesting. So the ending is really like really hit you. I'm intrigued by this. Did you read it physically or did you have the audio? Did you do immersive? Basically, I'm asking so I can replicate your exact experience when I read this book. I don't know why, but I am very tired today. You know what? It's Tuesday. It's one of those weird days where it's not a Monday, but it's also not hump day. So it still feels very early in the week, and you might have barely survived Monday with the skin of your teeth. I kind of understand. Tuesdays are one of those days where I get tired. Yes, I need caffeine. Yeah, honestly, I have got my coffee in the wings too. So I love the worlds where those type of gender norms are present. It gives me hope for the future of our own world to have a day when it's just part of life, to have many genres and not be persecuted for it. I know you meant genders. I don't know why I just said genres because I read that, but I know what you mean. And I have actually recently been seeing a lot more books where I read this middle grade book. It's called Is it called Deep Haven? And that one had a non-binary character, and there were various conflicts. Like it's kind of like a gothic horror mystery genre blend, and I can definitely recommend it. And I was constantly worried that one of the conflicts was going to be the fact that their pronouns were they them. No one questioned it. That was completely normal, while everyone else was like running for their lives and hoping that they didn't die at the school. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, like we've got bigger problems. I really like that that's not a conflict that this character had to deal with their identity. Anyways, I want to read that one too. Oh, yeah, for Shark Heart. Jessica, questions. The Institute is Stephen King. Oh, I should have known that tracks. Do you need a break from those? The Green Witch's Garden non-fic, or am I finding the wrong one? Okay, yeah, then maybe I don't think I'm voting for the Institute. I think you need a break from Stephen King, actually. I agree. I don't know. I didn't think that it was a Stephen King one, but now that you said that, good afternoon. Hello, exhausted flamingo. You know what? You came at the right time in the chat because we were just talking about how tired we all were. Just logged my second DNF of the year, got about 50%, so gave it a good shot. Oh, you definitely did. It's a nonfiction that was just way too complicated and clearly not meant for a general audience. Jasper, I hate when that happens. Like one thing, my highest compliment for a book is always its accessibility. If it feels really accessible, and that's from fiction, nonfiction, anything in between, across genres, I think it's really important to be able to read accessible books. And so if this nonfiction wasn't, yeah, it sounds like it isn't for the general public. I'm sorry. I hope that you're okay with DNFing. I know not all of us, some of us struggle more than others, or we take it a bit harder. But if it makes you feel better, I think I've technically DNF'd 9 books that I've logged. Have I DNF'd more than that? No, I think I've DNF'd 9, which is actually lower than I expected. There are a couple books that I continue to read that got like 1 or 2 stars this year. Crazy. But that actually just an interesting moment. My first 1 star of last year in 2023 was, I think back in July or August, it was The Happy Place. And it's because I DNF really readily. Whereas this year, I've already had a handful of 1 and 2 stars, but it's because they've been for like vlogging projects, or maybe I've had the audio, so I've just kept going. So it's fascinating to kind of reflect upon that and understand why I'm getting more 1 stars than I usually do. And I think that they're for good reason. It's just, I understand, Jasper. I'm sorry that happened. I think I figured out my book for today. Cloud Atlas. Whoa! For some reason, I was thinking that was my mind, and instantly went to Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, and I know that that's not what it is. But ooh, interesting. I read. Ooh, you're reading Zodiac Academy too. That's so fun because we also have Zodiac Academy, the first one, in the chat as well. We were just talking about it. Being a dungeon master is both the best and the worst experience I've had, or I can imagine. It's super fun, but your players will have you questioning your sanity and whether prison is really all that bad, especially because like they can probably you've got to make all of these plans, right? I know that Margaret from the Word Nerd has been a dungeon master before, and then like your players can just like upend all of everything, and you're just like, okay, well, I made that scenario for no reason because they decided to do something else. Just filmed a video for tomorrow. Hopefully, I can get it edited in time. That sounds great. That reminds me, I need to figure out what my video is going to be for Thursday. I think it's I'm trying to see people who've done like TBR games because I do need to set up my TBR for May, and I've kind of been waiting to see, who's going to be posting their TBR games, and I haven't really seen anyone yet. It is early, like early in the, end of the month. It's only the 23rd, so I've kind of been waiting. I think that's going to have to be my Thursday video, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen because like no one's posting. Hello, Carissa. How are you? How's your Tuesday going? How are you doing? What are you up to? What are you reading? Or what's your current knitting project? But my hold for the audiobook of Circe is available, so I'll go ahead and start that. Oh my gosh, and it's an audio, so you'll be able to like completely change, and like that's actually will probably be a refreshing change from the nonfiction. I hope you enjoy it as much as I am. Oh, for a Shark Heart. It's a really fast read. English books translated into German are usually, especially fantasy books, they tend to be at least 100 pages more. The Empire of the Vampire is over 1,000 pages long in German. And honestly, it really messes with you because obviously, depending on the culture, that feels like maybe like a large. I mean, 1,000 pages is 1,000 pages. It probably feels like a lot of pages if you're reading it from the German perspective. But yeah, that's really interesting. I remember I was trying to read The Eighth Life, and I ended up DNFing it for different reasons. But that one is like 900 and something pages in English, and it's by a Georgian German author, and she wrote it in German. And I was like, I can't imagine how long this book is if it's 900 plus pages in English, because I knew that I'm sure the German is way longer. Might have to look into that. I joined with 15 minutes left. I did watch Laura's book club video. Woohoo! Awesome. I love that. I need to do that. I want a gender affirming celebration. Yeah, it was really sweet. Like it was just a very casual mention, but I was like, oh wait, I want to know more about this. Like I want to know how that works. So hopefully we might get more information, or just I don't know. I really like that addition. Thanks for watching, Carissa. Oh, yes, thank you, Carissa, for supporting your fellow friends. Cemetery Boys was one of my first reads of the year, and I loved it. Such a cute, queer paranormal romance. Lost in the Neverwoods was good, but not super memorable for me. Just reaffirms the fact that they made the debut switch. Jasper, I don't know if you were here for that, but we learned from Kirsty that the publisher, editor, the author, they all agreed that they should make the switch and publish Cemetery Boys first. So I need to read that. I was not the biggest fan of Cemetery Boys. I did give it a good try, though. And that just shows you, too, that not all books are for everyone. So that makes sense. It's always good to know that there is someone who's like, wasn't for me. For those that have read Aidan Thomas, which would you recommend first? Well, I happen to just be already doing the Sunbearer Trials. I think most people probably do start with Cemetery Boys, though, if we're going to be honest. I'm pretty sure Aidan Thomas is the only author I have read everything by. They have 3 books so far, and I read them all as either arcs or within a month of release. Ooh, and you've read them all like very quickly upon publication. That's also probably pretty unique. That was what I was thinking, Jessica. They are all on my list while I already read Iron Flame. Oh, because I think Christine is responding to a comment from Jess earlier, debating about what to read. Hoping to finish Mina and the Slayers. Oh, that's right, tonight, and have been listening to an audiobook for a future video. Stay tuned. Claire's also doing 30 in 30 days, and Mina and the Slayers is the second book in this like horror. Is it YA? Horror YA, kind of like 90s vibes graphic novel. I really do want to read this. I'm going to have to start with book 2, obviously, because it looks really good. As a non-binary person, I loved the trans rep in Cemetery Boys. So relatable. Also, I'm convinced The ghost boy 100% has undiagnosed ADHD, so relatable with so many signs. Yeah, that's actually really amazing. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have to read Cemetery Boys, like especially now that I've gotten a taste of Aiden Thomas's writing. Early days, but I'm having a good time. I know I should probably wait to tell you all my thoughts when it comes to the vlog, but I mean things could change. But for now, I am really liking it, and yeah, the representation seems like a good level of just normalness. I'm trying to figure out who I watched read. Ooh, A Fate in. Was it you, Claire? Hmm. Yes, it might have been me. I love the book so much. A lot of people have really liked that. Oh, Tackle's hug. I don't know what this is for, but I really think that's really cute. And then let me see if I can do just a couple more comments and then we'll continue. On page 123 of Nightmare Man, I'm still unsure if it's horror or thriller. That's always a tough line. I didn't read the synopsis. Oh, you and me both. I like going in blind as well. But it's been really interesting so far, and the writing is good. With that title, it could be thriller, it could be horror. It's going to have to depend on, yeah, like events in the book. Is the Sunbearer Trials middle grader YA? It is YA. So this is a YA first in the series, and it feels like a solid YA as far as tone. Like it doesn't feel too young, it doesn't feel too old. Like this feels very like easily YA. I have Cemetery Boys by Aiden Thomas. I've been meaning to read it, especially because the MC is trans mask like I am. Yes. Ah, James, you got to read this. A Letter to the Luminous Deep by Sylvie Cathrall is released today. We've talked about someone else mentioned this today. Was it you, Ro? Because are you reading it? An epistolary fantasy novel doesn't appear that often. It's also gay. I'm waiting in line on Libby. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you get it. I hope you get it soon. On that lovely note, I am going to get us into another sprint. All the comments that have come in, we'll get to them when we get back. Let me reset the timer for another hour, make myself tiny. There we go, much better. And yeah, thanks everyone for being here. If you just dropped in and you said hello in the comments, I will see them when we get back. So I'm sorry that I won't get to that comment now. But yeah, I'll see everyone in an hour. everyone. Welcome back. It's crazy that we've already gotten 2 sprints done. We're like halfway through. It always goes by so quickly. I ended up getting some dishes done. I'm not done with them because I kept taking breaks to dry, and I don't like when my hands get pruny. So I still have some dishes to do, which I'll do in the next sprint. But while I was listening, I ended up getting to page 94. So I'm already about a quarter of the way through the book. So I'm feeling much more confident about like getting halfway through the book, maybe during these sprints or at least by day's end. So feeling good about that. Let me see if I can find where we were in the comments, but as I go, let me know how you did. I hope that this was a successful sprint for some of you. I'm sure maybe it's around dinner time or a late dinner for those in Europe and in the UK. For us here, I did have a snack too, actually. I swear I'm eating all the time while I'm on these sprints. Oh, I found where we are. Okay. So Rachel finished preliminary read through, edits, revisions, which cut out 4 pages, but only like 600 words dropped, but kind of too jittery to focus on writing. Honestly, that makes sense. And because you obviously have been around the block a handful of times as far as writing, like, when the time is not to revise, to like move on to other things. Laura is off from work. That's what I thought. My reading life has not been the best. So trying to actually read. I watched 4 seasons of Dance Moms. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? Sometimes you need that. You kind of like need reality television, or just like the ridiculous kind of reality television. Got a podcast interview this evening for my upcoming release. And I keep rearranging the little corner I have set up. Oh, yes, for like your background as you're doing the interview. Because even though it's a podcast, I'm sure they're going to be recording video as well. So fun. It's going to be great. Let us know what podcast it is. So then we can maybe support you in that way, or maybe like when it's going to come out. Yes, 120 pages in an hour, but only because the narrator is reading in a way that I can listen to on 3 times speed. Oh my gosh. And also there are a lot of pages, only a few lines on. Oh, okay. Yes. So it's a bit more of like an artsy kind of, I guess, formatting style. I know what you mean. Yeah. Ooh, that's exciting. Rachel, it is. I'm headed to shower, then out to plant more peppers. Oh my gosh, Coda, you are going to be just surrounded by a garden at this point. I can't wait. You should be like taking pictures. Let us know what it looks like. If you have, and you've put them in certain discords, let us know where so I can creep and see what this creation has become. I just got home from work. Congratulations, Vanessa. I'm glad that you were home. A lot of people also were traveling home from work, I think, around this time. Peppa Planta, Coda, yes, 100%. And then as we were going on, I will take the book home with me. Ooh, yes. I really need to read Sunbearer Trials. I got an ARC so long ago. Oh my gosh. Well, firstly, that's really cool that you got an ARC. And it has been a really quick read. The one nice thing is being able to read it after it's been published. You also have access to the audio if that's your jam. So, and I think the audio is doing a really excellent job, actually. And I will get the deal that my bookstore is having 100% cash back from books on the bookstore card. That is honestly such a great deal. I really like the book, but the thing that happened at that last page is right, because you went ahead and read a little bit. Hit a bit close to home with something that happened to me. Yes, actually, okay, so it makes sense. It might not be the time for you to read it. You can always maybe softy enough it depending on how you feel, or if it's like a hard no, like you know that you're never going to get over it, or never be able to read through it without having it affect you and remind you of that other event, then yeah, I think DNFing sounds smart. Like that's to protect you. Yeah. I also just posted my R Fantasy bingo video. Ooh, congratulations. That sounds so fun. I know a lot of people have been posting those videos lately. Hi, just joining. Hello, Candy. I saw you come in. Reading The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue today. Is that like a new read for you? I feel as though I remember you've been reading it, but I can't remember if it's a reread, because I know a handful of people who do tend to reread that book for like comfort's sake, almost halfway through and loving it so far. Great. The audiobook narrator was not very easy to understand, so I did ebook and audiobook together, and that was the best experience. This is about Pet, by the way. I completed it in one sitting because writing style is smooth. The narrator slowly gets easy to understand to you, so do try it out. I want to see your reaction. Yeah, and sometimes it is a case, especially if it's either an accent or a certain tone, and you're kind of like, the inflection is making it hard for me to understand. But it's like the more you are, I don't know, exposed to an accent, the easier it is. I remember, who was it? I think it was my TBR game from last month. I had Observing Emma, and Emma's Scottish. And I remember I was talking to my parents, and they were like, we didn't understand a dang thing that she was saying. And I was like, yes, that makes sense, because my parents, I don't know if they've ever really met a Scottish person in real life. So I was like, yeah, okay, this tracks. It made me laugh. I try really hard not to DNF, but I'm trying to get better about it, because so Jasper DNF'd a book at 50%. If I'm not enjoying something, if it's a chore, if I have to add it to my to-do list, that person is speeding. I will tell you that right now. They should not be driving that fast on this road, but here we are. If I had to add it to my to-do list, what's the point? I read for fun. Exactly. It's not work. It's not meant to be that way. And yeah, like we've been forced to read back when we were in school, and that never really worked out super well to my memory. Damn it, Leandra. You had to remind me to record my TBR game. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. Guess that's next sprint, as I have just enough light. Oh, perfect. Yeah, get it out of the way. That'll be really great. And it is that week. I think this is the week of recording TBR games, TBR videos, and then they usually are going to be posted next week. I remember one of the best D&D campaigns I was in. We diced up the dragon into steaks and hauled away its bones. Oh my gosh. And treasured to the nearest town and bought a tavern. No more questing. We're just like, oh, we're just going to chill. We're just going to like have a tavern, have a nice cozy life in this D&D world. Honestly, that sounds lovely. I have to film my TBR soon. This month has been so bad for reading stuff on my TBR. This is a mood reading month. That's what it sounds like. And you're not alone. We've talked about this kind of before, that making TBR, piles of possibilities are really great. But once in a while, you need a reset month where, yeah, you set a TBR, but you're just going to mood read, and then you can get back at it next month. All I do, Allie, do I read? All I do, I read was fun card TBR games. Oh, okay. Oh, Allie, do I read? I know who that is. I can't like say her name, but I know which booktuber you're talking about. She has a lovely personality in her videos. Yeah, she does have a really fun game. That's so true. Unfortunately, I won't be any help to you, Leandra. I need to think of a game first before I can go. No worries. I know, and I'm trying to like spread the love as well and introduce myself to like new people. That's why I did Observing Emma last month, because I was like, oh, I don't know who this person is, but she seems to have a really fun game and like a really nice personality. And the DM had a hard time trying to get up back to adventuring rather than playing D&D version of Sims. D&D version of Sims, that's the life for me. Hello, Rye. I saw you come in. Thanks for joining us. If you're still here, I hope you're having a good day. Oh yeah, I once heard someone say this book is so long, just over 300 pages. Oh my gosh. It's all perspective. For me, 300 is probably around the sweet spot. Anything over 400, that's usually a stretch for me. And if it's like 500 plus, for me, that's chunky, because I just don't tend to. But that's because my primary genre is mystery, and it's really, really rare to find a mystery that's over, say, like 300, 350 pages. So I think that's like where I'm at too. And I was like, that's not long. Like, what are you talking about? And since one of us was an elf who didn't need sleep, the pub was open 24/7. Oh, that sounds great. I know this isn't like really doesn't make much sense, but I've always liked the idea of like a 24/7 bookstore. I feel like that just sounds really fun. I'm just used to books that are at least 400 plus pages long. Oh, totally. It's all perspective. I've been rereading Cemetery Boys every year since it came out. Oh my gosh, that sounds so nice. Okay. I do like that. It's so fun to see, like, once in a while you'll see someone has a title that they're like, oh, I reread that title every single year. And I'm just like, oh, that's so interesting, because there's always a certain reason for it. Like, not only because it's an excellent book, but nostalgia, just it hits at the right time. So I understand. My TBR game that I may use for next month's TBR, use a die or random number generator to pick a number, 1 through 24, count down each stack of unread books to that number's book, and add it to the TBR. You know, it's so funny that you bring up numbers. So I've been playing around with this, and I might do a community tab request. But if some of you remember, I did the task of like recording my entire unread physical TBR, and it was a lot of books. And of course, I have like a number going throughout the video. I was thinking about like randomly asking people, like, give me a number 1 through 400, because that's how many books I have. And that can create my TBR. I think that could be a really fun series and motivate me to make sure I'm looking at the books I own, because I've been really reliant on the library this year, which is understandable. It's a great resource. But like this month, I'm going to tell you right now, I've actually read probably around a dozen books, all from the library, every dang one. And I'm like, do I even own books? Apparently I don't. These are all fake. They're all props. Hello, Nicole. I saw you come in too, at work on break, but stopping in to bop the like button. I appreciate it. I'm sure you're back at work, but it was really nice to see you. I gotta go. Oh, because I have a couple of things left to do and it's getting late. Thank you so much for the sprints. I enjoyed talking to you. You too, Tigress. And thanks for reminding me that Pet is oh no, that was Suzanne. Tigress, what were you reading? I can't remember at this point. There's too many of us here. But thanks for hanging out with us. That's so funny. I need to like start writing down what people are reading so I can remember. I feel like I usually do a pretty good job. It is me reading a letter. See, yes, because this comment came in too, and I'm like, I'm useless. No one's gonna. I can't remember what everyone's reading. It is me reading a letter to the luminous deep. I did not know it was queer. I'm excited. That's right. So Chrissy was reading it. Ro brought it up saying it was just pubbed recently, and so he's waiting on Libby to get access to it. But Chrissy, yeah, and Chrissy, you're really enjoying it. So this is a promising read for sure. I'm off to rehearsals. I might be back at the very end. If not, thanks for the sprints, Leandra. No worries, Greta. And like, we can always see you over probably at Brittany's sprints. Usually, I think you get teleported over, and you're just like, oh, I'm here. Now we're hanging out with Brittany. That's fine. Hey, missed the last chatty bit because of a meeting. Oh my gosh, no worries. I hope the meeting went well. I hope that it was productive. Just did a Kahoot. Ooh, about Gilmore Girls. Well, that kind of sounds fun. Hello, how are you, Rope Crewman? I saw you come in too. My allergies are starting to turn my throat a little sore. So I'm drinking tea while reading A Study in Scarlet. Ooh, so you're reading a classic, Sherlock Holmes. Is this like a reread for you, or are you like just introducing yourself to Sherlock Holmes, especially at the beginning? This is the first novella novel following Sherlock Holmes, which is pretty fun. And that one, I'm trying to think. What did I think of that one? That one got weird. I remember there was like a certain immediate change in the narrative, and I was just thinking, okay, this took a turn. But I hope that you're enjoying your tea. Is it herbal? Is it like maybe mint or ginger, especially for like a sore throat? I know ginger with honey is usually advised. And some comics called Cat Cafe. It delivers what it says. Ooh, it's a compilation of short funnies about a cat that runs a cafe and serves coffee pastries to all manner of woodland creatures. I'm starring that. We don't need to hear any more. I love cats so much. I appreciate a dog. Dogs are also nice, but any of you who know me know that I'm a cat person through and through. So I'm totally for it. I actually think it's funny in this book. There was like a parrot. Every time they entered a shop, the parrot would yell, "No cats allowed!" Because apparently there's like a cat prowling. And I was like, you know what, parrot? I'm sorry. I would be letting that cat in. I'm going to say it here and now. I would be a troublemaker. The cat deserves to go wherever it wants. Anyways, hello, Infinite Library. Doing some video editing, but then hoping to make some more progress on my book. How are you finding Sunbury trials? So I'm doing this for a vlog, so I can't give too many details, but at this point, I'm only 20% in. So I think I can tell you all that I'm really intrigued. You know what I meant to say at the beginning of this? It's reminding me of Hunger Games. And I guess it makes sense, trials, just the setup and how people or like these demigods are selected, and the things that are on the line. It kind of is giving me it's not like copy and paste. It's very, very different, but the setup, the shell of the book is reminding me of Hunger Games, and I'm not mad at it. Hello, Maria. Oh, I'm so glad you're able to join us. I've been working, so I'm late to the party. Oh, no worries. You gotta get that money. You gotta work. We have to be adults sometimes. I hope everyone's having a lovely Tuesday. I think we are. Some of us are a little bit down for the count, either tired, under the weather, but I think we're holding through. I'll be starting Same Time Next Summer by Annabelle Monaghan. Ooh, already entering the kind of like summer vibes. I'm into it. Is it maybe a contemporary romance, or I suppose it could be historical fiction? Hello, Courtney. I was just talking about you in the last sprint, saying that you're sprinting as well. Just stopping in to say hello. Got to go run some errands. Yeah, it makes sense. Especially after sprinting yourself, you need to probably get other things done. I don't know what James was doing with that. Oof, please ignore please ignore that. I dropped something on my keyboard. I'm sorry, we are not ignoring it. We're going to look at this. It looked like a very complicated facial expression. I'm like, James is going through things. That's what I was telling myself when I saw that. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be some sort of funky smile. Me neither. Same minds. I'm not surprised, Vanessa. Film the game part of my TBR for next month. We'll film the books I chose tomorrow so I can edit and upload by Friday. Congratulations. That sounds great. And a good turnaround, too. Vanessa, how's your throat? Ooh, yes. Let's see. Still sore, but I'm not having any other cold symptoms. And maybe it's just all the changes in the environment. I'm telling you. One, we all are getting a little bit more sick. I think it's like the last haul that like illnesses and sicknesses are trying to get us before we get nice weather. And also, allergies don't help either. Hello, I'm back from dance practice. So we'll settle in shortly to start Divine Rivals. Sounds good. I hope dance practice was great. I hope you feel revitalized and ready to go. I spent half of that scrolling on Insta. Honestly, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes we need that mindlessness, and maybe the timer was able to like bring you back to reality. So now you can move on to more productive things. Got to 58%, and so 58% of, oh my gosh, wait, 58% of blood marked. Or are you like already that far with Blighted Stars? I didn't realize. And watched Bree's Unhaul Project video. Oh my gosh, those are my favorite. I actually love those on Bree's channel, so that's good to know. Filmed a video, finished an episode of 911, and read 25 pages that sprint. Oh my gosh, Kirsty, you did so many things. Yeah, I feel better soon, Vanessa, 100%. Hey there, Brecht. Exhausted Flamingo, welcoming everyone. We love it. I did a lot, actually. I took a shower, played one game. Ooh, nice. Have not read, though. That's okay. You know what? There's always another sprint, isn't there? There's always the next sprint. Got up to page 138 in my book. Sounds great, Laura. I'm glad that you are able to enjoy your reading while you're off work. 75 pages read, only 129 pages left. Oh my gosh. So basically in 2 sprints. In like less than 2 sprints, you're going to finish that book. That's what I'm hearing. Listen to an hour of GWG. What is that? The Greenwich Gables? That one. Yes. Okay. Very exciting. I'm glad that hopefully that was the right decision, because I know you were considering the other books as well. Been reading, have about 4 more hours of my audiobook left. Is that on your speed, or is that on like one-time speed? I never know which one to give the amount of time I take or the amount of time that is supposedly in like that Libby or Audible tells us. Got to page 268 and ate dinner. You are flying through Shark Heart. That is crazy. Absolutely loving it. Oh my gosh. I'm glad that you're enjoying your audiobook. Saying hello to Glenda. For me is, it's dinner time soon, but my dad only gets off of work in 1 hour. Oh, okay. So you're probably anticipating, you're like, okay, he's going to be leaving soon. Better have dinner ready. Sounds about right. This is the time you guys have dinner. Had some food. And also, I'm glad you made it home safe and sound from work. Got page 319. So I think one more sprint and I'll finish it. This is for Mina, the horror graphic novel. Amazing. Sounds good. I got a paragraph written for Project Sugar and Spice, my bakery rivals to lovers work in progress. I love it. I am such a sucker. Every time you bring up the fact that it's a bakery rivals to lovers, I'm like, I don't need to hear anything else. Like, that just sounds so fun. I switched to an audiobook, Stone Blind by Natalie Haynes. I can see the cover in my mind. That one is like a Medusa retelling, I think. So I could hang laundry, and so I can finish it before Libby snatches it back. We're playing chicken. We're playing Libby chicken, as Christina says. You can do it. Got to 19%. Ooh, you still have a lot to go, but it's okay. You can get through it. I believe in you. Got to 33% of Sunbearer Trials. The world building of this one is interesting. Yeah, so you're about 10% further than I am. And like the trials haven't begun, but we've seen a separation. Like the competitors are all, like where I'm at, the competitors are all kind of mingling. And it seems like they're prepping to go to their first like city location for the trial. That's my understanding. So I'm interested to see like because I haven't seen these trials yet, I don't really know what to expect or what their abilities are. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that finally plays out. Dance Moms is so addicting, but a true train wreck. Yeah, it's like bad television. You just have to keep watching it. I feel that way with like Love is Blind or like Love Island. Is that, I'm pretty sure I said that one right, because I haven't watched that in a while, but because that one I can't stop with that, and then I feel like I've kind of lost some brain cells, but in like a good way. Smart Cherries Thoughts podcast. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna start that so I can look it up later. Very fun. I've never heard of it. That's the one that Rachel's gonna be on apparently. So I wish you luck. Finished the prologue in a book about publishing life, a Swedish book. Don't think it's in English. Ooh, so is it about publishing in Sweden? Or does it seem as though it's about publishing like across the globe? That would be really interesting to know, especially in comparison across countries, because I'm sure like publishing protocol, rules, even laws are different. I got to get ready and go to work. Thanks for the sprints. No worries, Jasper. Have a good one. We'll see you next time. Hello, Thomas. My puppies heard the tones when the sprint ended. Oh my gosh. And thought it was the doorbell. I'm so sorry. We never win. We could do the cat sound, but the cat sound has scared humans and animals alike. So I don't know if we're ever going to find a true. It does sound like a doorbell. You are right. They rushed barking toward the door. That got my older dog involved. Oh my gosh. We caused absolute mayhem in Thomas's home. I'm so sorry. Also, by the way, hello. Reading stuff on how to deal with puppies, which I've not had in many years. Oh my gosh, yeah. So you're still trying to like remember. It's definitely, I want to say it's not like riding a bike. Like you're like, I definitely have to reread and learn about things, especially because we've learned new stuff about it too. But that's so sweet. I'm sorry again that we scared. Also, on that note, everyone, let me know if it's too loud. I wondered if it's like really loud. I don't know if I could change the setting. I think sounds. Can I? Oh, I can change the volume. Kind of sad to realize that now. So maybe it'll be a little bit lower. So everyone, let me know if you guys want it back up. But I just realized that that's on me for making it loud enough to sound like a doorbell. Finished my puzzle and read 40 pages of Inheritance. Congratulations. Sounds great. Again, every time you bring up a puzzle, the puzzle side of me is itching. I'm like I need to like get my fix and do a puzzle. Did absolutely nothing. Stared at space and wondered how authors think so awesome books. Oh, because of Pet, you're like, I need a break. I can't continue. And also write them down on paper. Seriously, is this the first time I've read something from that author? Because I know that there's a few other titles, and the author's name is escaping me, but I know that there are other titles that people like rave about as well. Maybe you could like continue on, or maybe you need a palate cleanser actually after that book. That might be the smarter choice for you. I tried to give a book at least 25%, but some I barely get through chapter 5 and I'm done. Yeah, and of course like chapter lengths are so dependent. Sometimes chapters are 30 pages, sometimes they're 10. Like a book that I just read recently, The Manor House, I swear there are over, you know what's crazy about this is that this book, it was like 300, a little over 300 pages, and let me see, over 80 chapters. You heard me right. It's so many, but it's because there's like 8 or 9 POVs. So everyone got a perspective and it just was like really short. And so anyways, that's a different tangent for a different thing. But I do try to give books my most. Like I try to really get into them, but sometimes I've DNF'd a book knowing that I'll try it again. But others I'm like, no, I'm not even gonna give it a chance. This is so cool. Hello, MK. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I think you're this is Katie, by the way. Oh, Katie. Oh my gosh. Everyone, this is my friend Katie. How are you? Oh, I haven't talked to you in so long. I've got to touch base with you. That is so funny. This is like a real life friend. I know you're all my internet friends, and there's no difference between it, but yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyways, Katie, I hope you're doing well. Katie's a friend from college. Okay, we're going to continue on. You guys don't need to know about my life. And I also have a companion novel to that. But ooh, and that's coming out this year. Perfect. Culinary. Ooh. Oh, Culinary Confessions is a nice title. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, culinary, right? Not culinary. I think there was a typo there. I'm assuming. I could be wrong. Considering how many bookish people are also insomniacs, a 24/7 bookstore would be the best. I think it would have to be in a certain location that's super accessible to people, but I feel like that would be really fun. I'd love to own a bookstore with a cafe and hold sleepovers so we all get in our PJs and read all night. I've talked about this with my coworkers at the library. We're like, wouldn't that be so fun to have like a staff get together where we just sleep over in the library? We keep talking about it, and obviously it's not logistically possible, but it would be so fun. My book that I read at least once a year is The Starless Sea. Anyone sick of me mentioning that yet? Ooh, so that one's by Erin Morgenstern, isn't it? Yeah, that's so interesting because I tell you, people will like reread books across genres, and it's all very specific to the person. Oh, thank you so much, Vanessa, for passing this along. Culinary Confessions. I really do like that title. Checking out books from the library purely for props is kind of not a bad idea. I've reorganized my shelves and I officially have a library books shelf where all of my library books, or at least most of them, are stacked along. And it's very pleasing to see because I'm like, you know what? It's been a long time coming. I needed to do this. I will go check it out. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, definitely. 100%. Welcome. My yearly reread is Nalini Singh. I reread at least 3 of her Changeling. It's so funny, Kirsty, that you brought that up because you know how I'm reading like thrillers for a vlog, including The Manor House. The one that I start the vlog off was There Should Have Been 8. Now this one's just a thriller through and through, but what are the chances that you brought up that author and I just finished a book by them for the first time? I won't say what I think of it, but I find that very funny. You're welcome. Just a side note, in case you're thinking of buying my second book, it'll have more drama, but more platonic friendship rep. Ooh, I mean, I'm for that. Also, hello, Louise. How are you? I hope you've been well. How are your scouts doing? Are you doing any projects for them? Fell down a rabbit hole of trying to find audios for the library books I have. I'm telling you, I do that all the time. Every time I get books from the library, I'm like, do I have access to their audios as well? And then I proceed to do that. Hoping to actually start in the next sprint. Meeting went well, made banners for 1 of May. Ooh, International Workers' Day. One of Rachel's books. Yes, spread the love. Just got done with a meeting for making new scout badges. That's so funny. I was like, I want an update. How are badges and scouts doing? Now I have about an hour for reading before bed. Oh, what a lovely way to end your day. I need to get Sherlock Holmes still, but when will I have the time? Oh my gosh, I'm telling you. And I've been meaning to. I'm kind of one of those completists when it comes to, this isn't Golden Age detective fiction, it's like Victorian, but I want to be able to say I've read all of Sherlock Holmes just to be able to say that and discuss Sherlock Holmes in depth. But I've kind of stopped. I've only read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, which is a short story collection, A Study in Scarlet, and then I also read The Sign of the Four. That one was bad. I'm gonna tell you that one was not good. Added Culinary Confessions to my cart. Oh my gosh, we'll buy it next month. This month's budget is finished. Oh, totally understand. Oh, that's so fun. Hubby keeps telling me I have too many tabs open in my brain. And it's so funny that we see it as tabs. Like that's how tech lingo has influenced us, but it's the perfect way to describe when you have like so many things on your mind at once. I have read Sign of the Four, Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, that's on my TBR too, and a handful of Doyle short stories. This is my first time reading Holmes' official introduction. Ooh, interesting. I will say the short stories are the strongest in my opinion. I really like the short story form. But oh no, Renee. Sorry, I disagree. I didn't like the Sign of the Four. That's too funny. I love how I was like, oh, it's terrible. And then I'm like, oh, Renee really enjoyed it. Yeah, I remember I was a bit disappointed, but I think it's because I was so impressed by the short stories. I just don't think I like Sherlock Holmes's longer form, or I should say Doyle's long form with Sherlock Holmes. The marketing for Sun Bear was Hunger Games meets Percy Jackson. I was like, it's giving me Hunger Games vibes. That sounds so good. I am really enjoying hearing Watson adjust to all of Holmes's, oh yeah, Holmesisms. I will remember the study in Scarlet was like you get to know what Watson thinks of Holmes and how it kind of changes, and he's kind of getting used to him, and that was really enjoyable. It was definitely like a bromance from the beginning, but I am aware that halfway through the narrative does a random shift from well, I think that's the thing is we don't even get Watson's perspective for certain reasons, and I don't want to give anything away, but it was very odd. I'm bracing myself. Yes. I'm in the under the weather crowd, but it's a headache that I'm hoping goes away soon. I'm hoping it does too, especially because it's so hard to function. It's one of those things where I think it's actually the hardest thing to push through are headaches because they impact your entire body. I am full with pet for today, so now I will just watch a series. Most probably, Big Dragon. It's a Thai show to relax my brain. That sounds great. That sounds excellent. That's the expression James made when he dropped the thing. Oh yeah, like no, like no words, all just facial expressions and like maybe weird noises. Hello, Jean. Working from home, not reading. Have you on the TV? I'm on the big screen, everyone. I am honored. Please stop looking at my mistakes. That is too funny. No reading, but I did post some things on the community tab of my channel. Oh my gosh, you know what? That is very productive. I just saw this 50% of Blighted Stars. You started a few days ago. I was gonna say, for some reason, I was really like determined to believe that you started it today, and I was gonna have questions about your sanity and how you're getting through it so quickly. Hey Sadia, I have seen your post. Okay, it sounds like I need to go see that post as well. According to Goodreads, Nightmare Man is a horror. I can definitely see that now. I'm on page 197 of 318. Ooh, okay, you're already like whipping through that. And I am really loving the story. All right, then I'm going to keep it starred, your original comment about it, because I think this is my year of getting more into horror, and as you can see, some thriller too. I'm trying all of the new genres. It is fun writing PS and S. What is that? Is that the project Sugar and Spice or something. I remember what your title is, but it's lost on me. Whenever someone gives me an acronym, I'm just seeing letters. But also tedious, as I've been working on the book for 4 years now. Oh, I can imagine, especially all of the revisions and changes. And when you change one thing, you've got to change the entire through line to accommodate and make sure everything's consistent. I understand. Hopefully, I should be done this week, and then I'll send the book to beta readers. Yes. Also, I'm just getting through a few more comments so that when I leave, I don't have as many to try to get through when we come back. The Sunbearer Trials sounds like a competitive sci-fi fantasy novel. Because there is some tech, doesn't it? There is some like advanced technology as far as what they're wearing and how their clothing can accommodate certain strengths and or weaknesses. So that's a good point. It's definitely feels sci-fi fantasy blending. Fiction based in publishing. Okay, so that's what the book that you're reading is about. Sounds very interesting. Okay, I'm headed out until later. Have to adult. Sounds good, Exhausted Flamingo. I wish you luck. Yes, everyone's saying hi. What's too funny though is when I saw MK, I was thinking of ML. And I was like, oh my gosh, ML's here. What's she doing? And then I was like, oh, wait, this is a friend of mine. Pets in books are the best characters. I agree. They're my favorite. Yes, culinary. Yes, please. Let's emphasis. Welcome to the family. Yes, Katie. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to we're going to have a phone call, Katie, if you're still here, because we haven't talked in a little while. I reread Percy Jackson you reread Percy Jackson every year. Yes, didn't notice the mistake before posting. Oh, no worries. It made me laugh that I found myself saying that aloud. Some libraries in the UK actually do that and have library lock-ins. A few museums, like the Natural History, those are my favorite types of museums. In London, do it too, so you can spend the night in the dinosaur section. Oh my gosh. I think some libraries in Norway have done that too. Oh my gosh, that's really cool. Okay, I think we'll end there for now. I'll come back and look at the rest of the comments because I think we're close to the end. I feel very good about myself. All right, so I'll fix the clock. And I'm pretty sure the timer's fine. I didn't see any comments about people saying yeah. So I did lower it. We're gonna test that out, see if it affects Thomas's little puppies. But let me make myself tiny. Okay, I will see everybody in an hour. everyone. How are you? I just got a notification that one of my library cards, a library added an audiobook of a book I've been meaning to read for so long, finally added the audio. So now I'm like scrambling to borrow it. But of course I've got too many borrows. It's just, oh my gosh, what a mess. And then you got to start thinking, okay, is there something I can return without reading yet? And there's nothing I want to return. What am I going to do? Okay, hold on. I've got to move things around. Where it's going to happen. I need to make it happen, everyone. It's borrowed. We're good. Oh my gosh, you saw it in real time. Phew, because maybe I'll finally read that book now that I have the audio. Anyways, I hope everyone had a great 1 hour. I ended up getting to 32% in the Sunbearer Trials, meaning that I'm at page 133. So I'm making a lot of progress. I just started this book with these sprints, so I've already read 133 pages today, mostly thanks to the audio, but I did a bit more cleaning of the dishes. I updated my bullet journal as well. So I hope that you all are also feeling very productive, or not. Maybe you needed a break sprint, because sometimes that's what we need too. These are catching up a little bit. The book I reread the most may be The Glass Bead Game by Herman Hesse. Yeah, there was one book that I used to reread every year during my birthday month, and it was it's a really long title. It's They Came and They Stole All My Marbles. It's really let me see if I actually think it's right here. We're moving things. Orion, you came and you stole all my marbles. This one's really fun because it's like hard-boiled, silly noir. I should reread that actually. Or this Christmas, I reread Murder After Christmas, and it was still really good. I really enjoyed that book. So, I really like seeing all the different people who have their favorite rereads. I used to reread The Mediator yearly. Haven't read it in a while. YA Paranormal by Meg Cabot. You know what? There are some that are just like really fun that I could see myself getting into rereading, just because they lift your spirits. I don't know if I could reread a sad book. Like, I think that that's going to be something that I would not do. And then, I wonder what you thought of that book. This is by the one with Nalini Singh. Yeah, I was surprised because I did look to be like, oh, has this author written thrillers before? Just because I was, wanted to be a bit more informed. And then I saw so many where it says Psy Changeling series, Guild Hunter, and then there's a small section of thrillers, like 3 thrillers. So I think this is her third. And yeah, so this is clearly, I was surprised. I was like, oh, you're not usually known for writing thrillers. That's kind of interesting. What are the chances that you mentioned this? Anyways, Nalini is my all-time fave, and I love her paranormal series. I only read one of her thrillers, which was Quiet in Her Bones. I'm not a thriller girl. Yeah, this one just came out this February. At least in the US it did. I will say it was interesting because it was set in New Zealand, and I don't think I've ever read a book, let alone a thriller, that's like outside of the UK or the US. So I was like, oh, this is interesting. But I love her writing and had fun with it, so want to try her others. Yeah, I mean, she's written a lot. I'm surprised I'd never heard of her before. Sounds like that's more on me than anything else. Vanessa just finished my work for the day. Woot woot, indeed. Oh, congratulations. We're almost there. We're almost halfway through the week. And then we can say we're almost to the weekend. By the way, the Thursday Murder Club movie is filming this summer. I saw this come out and I was like, what? Because I'm not a fan of the Thursday Murder Club book series. I read book 1 and I ended up DNFing book 2, but I would 100% watch the movies. Like, I would totally watch every single movie because I feel like I could visually appreciate it, because I really like Richard Osman. Like, I liked him as a comedian and on panel shows before he ever became an author. So I feel like with that medium switch, I could appreciate it back on film. So yeah, I did see that they were coming out. I'm like, are we surprised? Are we surprised that they were going to turn that into a movie? I certainly wasn't. Saying hi while on break. Hello, Steph. Hope you're having a good time at work. Hopefully I will be able to make Brittany sprints tonight. I think we'll be able to see you, hopefully. Hello, Danielle. You are back. Done work for the day. Well, the paid work. Still work to do in the apartment. Always hoping to read for a break first. Back to The Fractured Dark. Yes, keep us updated on what you think of that one, because obviously Brittany and I are hoping to continue and like it. I still haven't started The Blade Stars, but It's glaring at me. It's glaring at me from my shelf. Yep, there it is. It's fine. People are saying hello. Brecht gonna go to bed. See y'all another time. Sounds good. Good night. Yeah, because Brecht is in the Netherlands, I'm pretty sure, or Belgium. But I think it's the Netherlands. I'm 99% sure. Or it's Belgium. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think we bonded over that. Ugh, I can't remember. Shoot. Good night to Brecht. Yep. Mm-hmm. Also, Chris, our star is here. I was gonna take a nap before sprints, but it lasted more than I thought. Yes, it became a sleep. Never mind, I'm here now. The audition went very well too. I'll give details later. Sounds good. Oh my gosh, congratulations. I'm sure you feel like on cloud nine. Still getting this chapter written. You can do it, Rachel. Once I hit a certain point in this draft, I need to reserve a spot with my artist. So, I gotta hustle. Didn't read for this one because I came in a little late, but next sprint I'll be making crepes while listening to my audiobook. Do you have certain like fixins that you're going to add on, like fruit, or is it a savory crepe? Like what are you going to drizzle it with anything? I read 10 chapters. Oh my gosh, Renee. Or should I say Renata, because I remember your full name. Quick read, really enjoying it. Oh, that's good. Well, I did no reading, but I did do my taxes that sprint. Oh my gosh, you adulted to the extreme. So I guess that's productive. I'd rather read then. Yeah, I know, but you had to get it done. So good job. Read like 50 pages. Laura, that's amazing. Yay, indeed. Suzanne says, hello. I decided to complete episode 10 of my Chinese drama, Hidden Love. Also didn't explain BL. I know boys love. I should know that, but I'm telling you, as soon as I see acronyms, I'm like, I'm gonna guess I don't know anything. It means boys love or gay drama. It is one of the main reasons same-sex marriage is getting pushed to legalize in Thailand. I should try to remember that because that's actually a really great acronym to keep in mind. So BL, okay, we know I'm gonna forget, but just keep reminding me. One day it'll click. That sounds really good. I am also watching The Good Doctor. Ooh, that one I hear is also like a comfort watch for a lot of people. I read 2 chapters and had lunch. Yes, nourishing your body, fueling it. Now you're ready to continue your day. And yeah, I feel like I want to say that's a bit of a late lunch as well for you, Carissa. I picked up my son. Obviously, I've got lunch on the brain. I always have food on the brain. I picked up my son from school, took some meds, and I got a few pages read. Currently at 204 out of 383. Okay, so you've got about 180 pages left. You're doing great, halfway. They are fluffy and small and very sweet to watch. Best for a hard day. Oh, I can imagine. At this point, all I want are comfort watches. Like I'm kind of leaning towards it with comfort reads as well, but if I'm visually watching anything, I'm doing it for comfort these days. So I started Cloud Atlas. And so far, I am just wondering if the author was trying to get as many big words as possible in it. I don't like the sound of that. Sounds like the author's trying not to be as accessible. Although I guess it depends on what their background is, and depends on the type of big words they're using. This is a movie, isn't it, too? Did it get turned into a movie? I don't know. I'm getting I'm mixing myself up with the various terms. I got to 41% in Stone Blind, a novel about Medusa. So I thought Perseus and the rest of the gods and mortars linked to them. Jamie, are you liking it? Accessible is apparently the word of the day, but like as far as people who are well aware of mythology and who aren't, where does this lie on the spectrum? Because it sounds really cool. I always like Greek mythologies or Roman mythologies or anything like that in theory, but I also don't know anything about it. So I always feel a bit of FOMO, like I should know, like I should recognize Easter eggs when they're there, but I don't because I don't do the effort to know the original stories. Got to page 358. We'll be finished in the next sprint. Laura, oh my gosh, a book in a day. I'm very intrigued by this book because you are whipping through it. I reread, you reread A Christmas Carol every year. That's a good one. I think like themes as well. It makes sense why we might reread or rewatch during holidays. and of course they're holiday themed like books or movies, that tracks. You and me are the same, I think. How much longer will you be sprinting for? Also, hello, Brandy. So we're probably going to go for one more sprint, and it's going to go right up into Brittany's. Then all of you will just immediately transition. You shouldn't have to do anything about it. It'll take you right to Brittany, and then she goes for about 5 hours, and then you know who's going to be after that? Nicole, and you're just going to keep going then. So basically, wherever you've arrived, don't worry. We have so many sprints for you. Just only one more on my specific channel. Oh my gosh, Jess napped. That sounds lovely. Congratulations. That was the most productive thing that I think you could have done. I'm at 69% of binding 13. Good thing I'm sick and laid up and can just read because this is now impossible to put down. Isn't it weird that you're like, oh, maybe I'm glad I'm sick. Maybe I'm glad I didn't have to go to work today. And you're getting to a point where you probably won't be able to put it down as far as being so close to the ending. You're going to want to finish. I think I usually, when I hit like 75%, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter how big the book is. I usually am like, okay, I'm going to finish this tonight. Something has to force me not to, like being exhausted. But I usually try at 75 not to stop. That happens. Sometimes a story is better in movie form. Yeah, like there are definitely times when it just doesn't click with me writing, but I really like the movie, or vice versa. And I know that it's like, oh, the book's better than the movie. Those aren't the reasons why I don't like the movie. Sometimes I just don't like the actors chosen as well. They're just not my cup of tea. So there we are. Still haven't planted peppers. I took a long walk. Oh, that sounds lovely. Picked up beer and just got the carrot planters ready for seeding. Well, I mean, you still did so much and some really good stuff too. That sounds great. Perfect for like spring as well, all of those things. I didn't read. I was helping a friend locate a cafe in Edinburgh. We went to, that we both forgot the name of. I found it eventually. Isn't it always fun? You're like, okay, let me pick up the map. Where did we walk? I always try to do that. Well, I'm glad you found it because that would have been honestly really annoying. You know, when it's on the tip of your tongue and you're like, I know it exists. Where is it? James got to 85 pages read. Oh my, so I was going to say, you're so close to the end, had a shower, and now you're 44 pages left. You're definitely going to end with this sprint. You'll be done. Read about 15 pages, read about 15 pages, and did some crocheting. That sounds nice. The crocheting projects. Now going to have a late dinner of cheese on toast. I started having my dinner at lunchtime, and it's helping my Crohn's a lot more. That's good. Yeah, I feel like you need to find the rhythm, and that's for anyone, but especially if you're dealing with something like Crohn's, like that. I'm glad that that's happening. I'll use chicken, cheese, and veggies just because we're out of chocolate spread. Oh, you're like, okay, I suppose I'll go with a savory, but that honestly sounds so satisfying. I'm very jealous of your meal. Oh, and I saw James's comment asking where it was, and then, so this is the answer. The Netherbow Port Cafe. That actually is a really cool name. Gay marriage recently got legalized. Chris, I remember. I don't know if you remember, but I think you announced this during one of our sprints, and that was honestly such a cool event. Such a win, though it's they kind of did it to make people forget about the train fiasco. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's one of those things where people's motivations for doing the right thing sometimes is to cover up other things, and you're just like, well, like, we're glad, but we're also upset that this is the reason that led you to doing the right thing in the first place. Christy picked up A Study in Drowning by Ava Reed. I put it down to read only one left due to library due dates. Oh my gosh, you have to. You've got to do that sometimes. Hoping to finish this tomorrow. Also, only one left. Did it end up officially being your favorite of Riley Sager? Can you confirm? Because I remember you were debating that with like 17 pages to go. Though it's clear, I don't know how we got there. We definitely got there. Sometimes it's more of a test for me. I know what you're doing. It wasn't a mistake. You're just testing my ability to like be resourceful. Leandra, my pups didn't react that time. They're stretched out and sleeping. Okay, we'll try not to disturb them. Maybe it was the volume. It was pretty loud. I hope it wasn't too quiet now for some people, and my voice wasn't the thing that startled you back. But yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I remember to adjust that every time because it's jarring for me when it's that loud. Okay, I was gonna say Tom Hanks for Cloud Atlas, but I got nervous because I'm like, am I putting Tom Hanks in every movie that I can remember? And I was like, I gotta stop doing that. But okay, I was right this time. Oh, and Halle Berry. Oh, okay, that's actually really interesting. Oh, as Christina said, but didn't see her comment. It always happens that way, especially because you're all typing at the same time. Okay, so from what I understand, most people went to the casting director and took a simple video, letting them know of their name, number, and previous experience. That's all. But let's see, can we find the continuation? I went up right after a classmate of mine, and while I was with the casting director, the show director came in and asked for my classmate to come back. So while the CD, casting director, went to get her, I had a talk. We're going to continue the saga with the main director. And when my classmate got up, they had us read a love scene together. Then they recorded us doing it in front of the show's writer, and I got no notes. The main director took our headshots, and he said even if we don't get in, he'd be really happy to see us again on some other project. And we left. Once we left, the casting director called me 6 times to let me know she forgot to film my informational video and had me go back to do it. So I think that's definitely a good sign, right? I'm in high demand. Yes, I think that that's amazing. Yes, oh, that's what I thought about the whole, like, the realization of legalized marriage. That was really, really exciting. Oh my gosh. That's all. I think that for some reason my sprints mean really good things for Chris, for for Greece and everything. Is that have we found the code? We've cracked it. That is honestly what a saga. You clearly are very impressionable, and they wanted to make sure they had like informational proof so they could go back to you. So I would say that that's a really good sign. That's definitely a good one. Now I just have to find where we were at. I was too invested. I couldn't break it up. I had to know exactly what was going on. Oh, I wondered if the language in Cloud Atlas was more highbrow to place it solidly in literary fiction rather than sci-fi. I always wonder that too. Sometimes I'm reading a book and I'm like, yeah, it does have sci-fi or fantasy or even thriller vibes, but the more pressing feeling is that it's literary fic, and it is the tone. And a lot of times, not always, but a lot of times I notice that literary fiction is written by people who've trained in creative writing, so they have a master's or a PhD, and you can see that there's a certain tone there, but it's just a theory. Vanessa's description of beautiful is accurate. Okay, I really like that. Okay, so Shark Heart is beautiful. Okay. And also, Laura, you're listening to it, right? You said that you are, because the audiobook you can listen to it at like 3 times speed. Maybe I'll see if I can get the audio for that too. My go-to comfort read is A Little Princess. Comfort watches Howl's Moving Castle. I've been meaning to read that actually, because that's one I probably could watch and then read, but I really do want to read it. I totally didn't use that as the foundation of my romantasy. No, of course not. Thanks for the sprints today, Leandra. I'm sticking around, but wanted to tell you that, and I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Thanks, Christina. Thanks for honestly all the work you do to help BookTube stay functional and keep us all sane. And yeah, that's really nice of you. And thanks for hanging out in the background. I'm sure I'll see you over at Brittany's Sprints. I have 200 pages left yet at 69%. Oh, okay. I don't know if I will finish it today. That's right, 200. Yeah, that's a big book. I think I knew that, but that still shocks me that 30% left means you got 200 pages. Yeah, no, I think I'm with you. I don't think that you would. And also that would be probably emotional roller coaster to read all of that in one day. I will be going to bed once I finish this book and film my thoughts. It's part of a week-long project I started. Ooh, well, that sounds really fun. Then we have I'm liking Stone Blind. Haynes does a good job of making the gods into humanish characters rather than caricatures. That sounds like that means that I could read this. It is more complicated story than Achilles Troy. Okay. Wash my hair. Oh my gosh, Sadia, that is a feat in itself. I need to, as you probably all can see, I need to wash my hair. I've been like cleaning and been becoming grosser by the second. So it's going to be a hair washing day probably tomorrow, but I will shower, I promise. Hello, my father. Weeding all afternoon, and now I'm joining you. Ooh, what are you going to be reading, Dad? What are you currently, what's on your TBR? And also, congratulations on weeding. That is not a fun job. And I recall our family home, and there's a lot to weed. So congratulations on that. I'm sure Mom is really appreciative of you doing that. Only One Left is officially my favorite Riley Sager. The twists I thought I thought I saw coming were so wrong, and the end surprised me. We love that. That is like the perfect way for a thriller to go about, for it not to be super predictable. So, okay. And then that's true. You are all my lucky charm. Unfortunately, I fumbled in the informational and it made me look less confident. Oh, but that's okay. But you'd already proven yourself in person, so, and they know that you had to scramble back and do everything. It was more probably their fault. At least that's how I would view it. My comfort watch is Gilmore Girls. Comfort reads, oh, just very many. Yes. The audio is well produced, I think. Okay. Good to know. I haven't read anything these last couple of sprints. I got something to eat. Ooh, and spoke to my sister friend and watched my niece's Twitch stream. Oh, that's probably really fun. Honestly, you were productive in your own way. Like that all seems like really healthy, positive things that you needed to get done. My comfort audiobook, this is an interesting term. My comfort audiobook specifically is The We Free Men by Terry Pratchett. Always makes me happy. And I think that Terry Pratchett is, I think we've talked about this before, Jamie, that this is like an author that might be a bit of a comfort author, or you really enjoy that you've reread various things. Yeah, interesting. The reason why I find that interesting is because I've lately been thinking about audiobooks and I'm like, you know what? There are some books that I could constantly keep listening to. Like maybe I wouldn't want to keep reading them physically, but just always have them going and re-listening just because the experience was great. Yeah, I feel like that's a separate answer. What my comfort audiobook would be versus what my comfort like physical read would be. I'll have to think about that. Don't worry about it, Leandra. They need to get used to sounds and voices. That's true. If not, they're going to have a rough summer, what with people being out and about. And yeah, you're right. Getting them acclimated and not startling them, or at least them knowing the difference between a sound that is okay versus a sound that also maybe causes their human, causes Thomas to be startled, then they can kind of be like, okay, judge the situation that way. Because yeah, that'd be a rough time if every time the doorbell rings, they freak out. Yes, hello to Papa TBR0, to my father. Yes. Well, we'll see if he comments and lets me know what he's doing or what he's reading. I know that he'd finished. I know that he had finished, let me see here in my mind, The Lost World. He came to visit. We started the audiobook together, and then we only got about halfway through, and we had to go our separate ways. He had to return home to the family homestead, and I sent him back with like a secondhand copy of The Lost World so he could finish it, and we both ended up finishing it separately. So that was one. Also, there was a nonfiction that he was reading that I gave him. What was that called? Islands of Abandonment. But I feel like there's been others, so I'm gonna have to wait and see what he thinks. But anyways, I love Moira Quirk narrating. So most things she narrates. Ooh, now we're talking about comfort voice narrators. That is a topic in itself. That would be. Oh, that's true too. There was an author. Who was I? I was listening to an audio and I can't remember what it was. And I was like, I feel like I know this person. Like this definitely is the audio narrator of someone that I've really liked. And then I went back and noticed that they had narrated so many other books I've given 5 stars. And I was like, I like, this is clearly a narrator that I trust because they do really great projects. But anyways, so that's the last comment that I'm seeing, meaning that it seems that we have come to a close as far as the talking bits. For those of you who are new to this, what we're going to do is we're going to go into one last sprint, and I'm going to end the stream. Perfect timing, just around 6 p.m. for me. So in about an hour, 59 minutes. And then you're all just going to transfer over to Brittany and begin with one of her first chatty bits, if that makes sense. Just because that's like really flowed really well for all of us. At least I enjoy it. It kind of like lessens the pressure of me saying goodbye to you all, because that's like one of the most like, making sure is the stream done and everything. But anyway, so let's get this up. Perfect. Oh my goodness, it's time. It's time for us all to say goodbye. It's crazy. But again, it's going to transfer you right over, so we'll be good to go. Oh, wait. Moira Quirk, the referee that co-hosted the kids' sports show. What? I didn't realize that. And then, yeah, happy sprinting to everyone. I agree, Chris. Yeah, I hope just end strong. And then also, but we're going to continue. So we're not really ending. It's fine. So let me make myself small. And while I continue to just babble, I'm going to adjust this. I think I'll do it for, let's see here. I'll do 57 minutes. I think that'll be good. And okay, I will see you all on the other side on Brittany's Sprints. Thanks for hanging out with me for the entire day, for part of the day, whatever the case is. Happy last sprint.